राम नामकारी बहुधा निज सर्वशक्ति तत्रार्पिता नियमित स्मरणे न कालम् एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि राम नामकारी बहुधा निज सर्वशक्ति तत्रार्पिता नियमित स्मरणेन कालम् एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि दुर्दैवैर्दृशमिहा जनीनानुरागम् एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् ममापि विद्यैवैदृशमहं जनिनानुरागम् एतदर्पणमार्जनम् निर्वापनम् कैरचन्द्रकाभितरणम् विद्याबुधूजीवनम् आनन्दामृतवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतास्वादनम् परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसंस्कृतिः वीणादपि स्मितेन करोरपि सहीष्णा मानेन मानवेन कीर्तनेन सदाहरि वीणादपि स्मितेन करोरपि सहिष्णा अमानिन मानवेन कीर्तनीया सदा हरि ऐनन्दतनया घनं जनं सुंदरी कवितामव जगती सखामयी घनं जनं सुंदरी कवितामव जगती सखामयी मम जन्मनि जन्मनि सरे भवतात् भक्ति मम जन्मनि जन्मनि सरे भवतात् भक्ति एकदर्शनमार्जनम् भवमहादावाविनिष्पापनम् श्रेयकैरवचन्दिकावितरणम् विद्यावधूजीवनम् आनन्दामदीवर्धनम् प्रतिपदम् पूर्णामृतास्वादनम् सर्वात्मसकणम् परम् विजयते श्रीकृष्णसंकीर्तनम् एकदर्शनमार्जनम् ऐनन्दतनया पतितं किंकरं मां भीषमे भवाम्बुधौ ऐनन्दतनया पतितं किंकरं मां भीषमे भवाम्बुधौ कृपया तव पादपङ्कज स्थितः सदृशं ऐनन्दतनया पतितं किंकरं मां भीषमे भवाम्बुधौ तब पाद पंकज स्थितो तत्त्वनमार्जनम् भवमहादावाग्निपापनम् यत्रैरवतन्निकाभिकरणम् विद्यामधुजीवनम् एतदर्पणमार्जनम् नयनं गलगत्सुधारया वदनं गदगदैगिरा पुलकैर्निकृतं वपु वदा तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति नयनं गलगत्सुधारया वदनं गदगदैर्गिरा पुलकैर्निकृतं वपु तदा तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति युगायतनिमिषेण चक्षुषा प्राविशायितम् सुन्नायितं जगत्सत्तं सुन्नायितं जगत्सत्तं गोविन्द विरहे नमे युगायतनिमिषेण चक्षुषा प्राविशायितम् सुन्नायितं जगत्सत्तं सुन्नायितं जगत्सत्तं पतितं किंकरमां दीक्षमे भवाम्बुदम् दीपया तव पादपङ्कजस्थितम् यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरिहराय यादवाय नमः गोपाल गोविंद राम यादवाय नमः गोपाल भक्त राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला करिला प्रसाद गोसाई रमे हृदय कैलवार राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला करिला प्रसाद भक्त समेबा जनमे जनमे मीरा भक्त समेबा जनमे जनमे यादवाय नमः यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः गोपाल गोविंद नाम मधुसूदन Hari Haraye Namah Yadavaya Namah Sadeva Sadhanandari Bhaktaya Sameva Janame Janame Yogila Ade Radharana Sevi Bhaktasaneva Janame Janame Yogila Moneranande Bhaja Krishna Anande Bhaja Krishna Bhaja Vrindavan Anande Bhaja Krishna Bhaja Vrindavan Narattam Dasa Gahe Nama Sankirtan Yadavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Haraye Namah Yadavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Govindaram Giridhari Gopina Madana Mahana
श्री गुरु श्री जुता पदकमलं श्री गुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्री रूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवम् सात्विकं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्री राधा कृष्ण पादां सहगण ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितं नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती नामिनी श्री वार्षभानवी देवी दयिताय कृपाब्धये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दायिने प्रभवे नमः। माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमाढ्य श्रीरूपानुभक्ति श्री गौर करुणाशक्ति विग्रहाय नमस्ते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमते दीनतारिणी रूपानुगतिर्व्यापक सिद्धान्त धन्तहारिणी नमः गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्भरसाम्बुधि पादाम्बुजाय श्री नमः। नमो भक्ति विनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्ति स्वरूपाय रूपाय भानुगबरायति गौरयाभिर्भावभूमेष्टं निर्देश सज्जनप्रिया वैष्णवा सार्वभौमश्री जगन्नाथाय नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यः वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदान्नाय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णाचैतन्यनामिने गौरातिथे नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्त्यावतारं भक्त्याब्जं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम्। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कंच राधा कंच नमस्तुते। जयतां सुरतौ ममो मन्दरमते गते मत्करवक्षपदाम्भोजो राधामदन मोहन विद्वद्बृन्दारण्य कल्पद्रुमाधा श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्री राधा श्रील गोविंद देवौ प्रसादिभिषेकमानं स्मरामि। श्रीमानरासरसारं हि बंशीबटतटास्थितः कर्षणवेणोत्सनं गोपी गोपीनाथ कृष्ण सप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
एतदर्पणमार्जनम् भवमहादावाग्नि निर्माणम् एतदर्पणमार्जनम्
एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् मम एतादृशी तव कृपा भगवन् मम दुर्दैव जनिनानुदान दुर्दैव जगदीश कामं नदनं नदनं कविता जगदीश कामं मम जन्मनि जन्मनि शरे भवता भक्ति मम जन्मनि जन्मनि शरे भवता भक्ति
जगत्सर्वं
গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কন্যে প্রবেশিল হৃদয় নির্মল গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কন্যে দুটি পদা যার ধন গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ যার ধন সম্পদ সে জনে ভকতির গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিলা গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিলা গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিলা হৃদয় নির্মল ভেল গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদা যার ধন সম্পদ সে জনে ভগতি যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয়ে তার হয় প্রেম যে গৌরাঙ্গের নাম লয়ে তার হয় গৌরাঙ্গ রামেতে ঝুলে নিত্য লীলা তারে পুরে সে জন ভক্তি অধিকারী গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে সুরে সে জন ভক্তি অধিকারী গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদা গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদা যার ধন সম্পদ যার ধন সম্পদ সে জনে ভকতির সার গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিলা হৃদয় নির্মল कर्णे प्रवेशिला हृदय निमण्डे গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে গৌরাঙ্গ নামেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে গৌরাঙ্গ নামেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে সে জন্য ভকতে লগে হরি সে জন্য ভকতি লগে गौरांगेर मधुर लीला जार कर्णे प्रवेश हृदय गौरांगेर संगीताने नित्य चित्त बले माने गौरांगेर संगीताने नित्य चित्त बले माने हे ब्रजनंदन गौरांगेर संगीताने नित्य सिद्ध बने माने गौरांगेर संगीताने नित्य सिद्ध बने माने से जाए ब्रजनंदन पाए से जाए ब्रजनंदन पाए गौरमंडल भूमि जे जाने चिंता गौरमंडल भूमि जे जाने चिंता हर ब्रज भूमि तार है ब्रज भूमि गौरांगे दुटी पद यार धन संपद ভকতিরসম গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিল হৃদয় নির্মল ভেদ হয় গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিল হৃদয় নির্মল ভেদ গৌরাঙ্গের গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ যার ধন সম্পদ সৃজনে ভকতি রস গৌরাঙ্গ নমে গৌর প্রেম রসার্ণবী সীতারঙ্গে জীব ডুবে 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 রাধা মাধবয়ন্তরঙ্গ রাধা মাধব অন্তরঙ্গ গৃহে বাবনেতে থাকে গৃহে বাবনেতে থাকে গৌরাঙ্গ বলে ডাকে গৃহে বাবনেতে থাকে গৌরাঙ্গ বলে ডাকে গৃহে বাবনেতে থাকে গৌরাঙ্গ বলে ডাকে নরোত্তম মাগে কার সঙ্গ নরোত্তম মাগে কার সঙ্গ গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ যার ধন সম্পদ গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ যার ধন সম্পদ সে জনে ভকতি রস গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিল গৌরাঙ্গের মধুর লীলা যার কর্ণে প্রবেশিল বিধান মন ভেদ যে গৌরাঙ্গের মনায় আর হয় প্রেম যে গৌরাঙ্গের নামনায় আর হয় প্রেম তারে যাই বলি হারি তারে যাই বলি গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে স্ফুরে গৌরাঙ্গ গুণেতে ঝুরে নিত্য লীলা তারে সেজন্য ভক্তি অধিকারী সেজন্য ভক্তি অধিকারী গৌরাঙ্গের দুটি পদ গৌর প্রভু গোরা প্রভু ন গোরা প্রভু ন ভজিয়া মহিনে প্রেম রতন ধন হরায় হরায় গোরা প্রভু নভজিয়া মইনে গোরা প্রভু না ভজিয়া মইনে আমি গোরা প্রভু না ভজিয়া মইনে মরতন ধন রায় হরাই প্রেম রতন ধন রায় গোরা পহ না ভজিয়া মাইন আমি গোরা পহ না ভজিয়া মইনু আমি গোরা প্রভু না ভজিয়া মইনু প্রেম মনস গোরা প্রভু भजिया मैंने मरत धन राज प्रेम रतन धन लाए प्रेम रतन धन लाए रहीन गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने प्रेम रतन धन राय प्रेम रतन धन राय गोरा पह ना भजिया धने जतना करी धन धने जातन करी धन अपन रामद से अपनी अपन का रामद से अपनी गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने गोरा पह ना भजिया मैंने पह ना भजिया मैंने अधाने जतन करी धन त्यागी अधाने जतन करी धन अपन का राम से अपने डूबिन यामी अपना का राम पद से अपने डूबिन गौरव न भजिया मैन गौरव सत संग छारी कैन असते बिलास यामी सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास ते करने लग लमा कर्म अंध पास सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास सतसंग छारी कैन असते बिलास करने लगी नमा कर्म बंध पास विषाये विषममति सतत खाई गौर कीर्तन रास मगन आईन गौर कीर्तन रसे मगन आईन गौर प्रभु न भजिया मैन आमी गौर प्रभु न भजिया मैन धन हिलाए हम रही गोरा ना भोजी गोरा धन राय रही रामी प्रेम रतन धन राय मैन कैनो बया छोरे प्राण यीशु कल कैनो बया छोरे प्राण ज्ञान बाया छये प्राण यीशु खलगी नरक दास कैन नरक गोरा ना भजिया मैन मरता लाय तना धन हिलाए गोरा जगत जुलाए छावाए जगत जुलाए अनंताई बिने भाई राधा कृष्ण पैते नहीं राधा कृष्ण पैते नहीं निताई बीने भाई राधा कृष्ण पैते कृष्ण पैते नहीं है निताई बीने भाई राधा कृष्ण पैते नहीं वीर करी धर्म जगत जुनाए से संबंध नाही जात वृथा जन्म जनता से संबंध नाही जात वृथा जन्म मर दुराचा से संबंध नाही जात वृथा जन्म जनता से संबंध नाही जात वृथा जन्म जनदार सही पशु पर दुराचार निताई न बगील मुखे मजील संसार सुखे निताई न बगील मुखे मजील संसार सुखे जगत छवाए जगत नरतम भार दुखी नितै मरे नरतम भार दुखी नितै मरे राखो रंगा चरणे नितै पद ओमन कृष्ण त्वदीय पद पंकज पन्यरान्तम् अद्यैव विशतु मे मानस राजहंस प्राण प्रयाण समये कफवात पित्तौ कंठावरोधन विधौ स्मरणं कुतस्ते कृष्ण त्वदीय पद पंकज पन्यरान्तम् अद्यैव विशतु मे मानरश्च राजहंस प्राण प्रयाण समये कफवात पित्तौ कंठावरोधन विधौ स्मरणं कृतस्ते
वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पादान् सगन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च भज श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद भज श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद भजते कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त प्रभु नित्यानन्द Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Pradaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Ask them how long to go until.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Radha Kalachanji Radhe Radhe Radha Kalachanji Radhe 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 Govinda Jaya Radhe 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 Govinda Jaya Radhe Radhe Oh Radha Kalachanji Radhe Radhe Radha Kalachanji Radhe 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 Govinda Jaya Radhe 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 Govinda Jaya Radhe Radhe Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev Tagore Premanand
श्री श्री राधा कालाचांद जी भगवान की श्री श्री राधा गोविंद भगवान की श्री राधा छोटा कालाचंद जी भगवान की जगन्नाथ सुभद्रा बलदेव भगवान की लक्ष्मी नरसिंह देव भगवान की भक्तराज प्रहलाद महाराज की गौनिताय की श्रील गुरु परंपरा की श्रील प्रभुपाद की तमाल कृष्ण गोस्वामी महाराज की हिज होलीनेस इंद्रम स्वामी महाराज की कलाकंद प्रभु की very happy for this wonderful occasion. We are extremely graced by the presence of exalted devotees here. And thank you very much, all of you, for joining us in today's celebration of Vyas Puja of Kalakan Prabhu. This is 69th birthday and 50th birthday after the initiation of by Srila Prabhupada. So, and today is also the birthday of Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu. So, His Grace Kalakan Prabhu is an ideal example, it's a wonderful example of how to lead a life 100% dedicated to Srila Prabhupada and still be a perfect family man, husband, responsible son, caring father, a teacher, guru, Siksha guru, advisor, friend. He has so many wonderful qualities. He is a great writer, he's a poet, he's a singer, he's a musician, he's a great sense of humor. If you hear him, you'll get to know all these qualities. I am totally unqualified to really properly glorify Prabhuji. So I will depend on our esteemed guest to do justice, and they will help us unearth wonderful qualities of Kalakan Prabhu. So Kalakan Prabhu is well known for his Western outreach program through the Krishna House model. I've been very fortunate to be part of his first Krishna House in 2007, and Prabhuji was kind enough to induct me as one of the earlier students, and I showed him what not to do. and then Prabhuji improvised that and made it perfect. So Prabhuji has opened up 6 Krishna houses throughout USA, Canada, and 4 more are coming. And we have one Krishna house recently opened at Dallas also. And we'll get to meet some devotees from our local Krishna house. And towards the end of this program, they have prepared at the very short notice, 1-day practice, a nice kit. So we'll see. Enjoy that. So I think at this stage, we'd like to begin the program. We have a very short time and a lot of devotees who would like to speak. So we'll request that all of you please try to limit it for a few minutes, all of you. And we'll begin with, yes?
May I just say a word about this function?
Yes, sure.
Okay. There was a story of a man who got on a train in Bengal. He was carrying lots of boxes, and the train was completely packed, so he had to stand there with the boxes for one stop. After one stop, he said to the people on the bench next to him, "These boxes are so heavy, could you make a little room so I could sit down?" So they squeezed over, he sat down. Then the next stop, he said, "You know, these boxes are really heavy on my lap. Could you squeeze a little more so I can put them on the bench?" They squeezed over a little more. A few stops later, all the passengers were standing holding the boxes, and he was lying down on the bench. In the same way, I have 2 disciples here in Dallas, and they wrote me a plaintive letter. Gurudev, you're having your Vyas Puja in Gainesville. Could we do a little Vyas Puja for you here in Dallas? Just 2, 4 of us, and here we are. Winston Churchill said once of a political enemy, "He is a modest man with much to be modest about." When I read that, I thought this description fits me very well. This is the only credit that I have is that 50 years ago this weekend, on my 19th birthday, Srila Prabhupada gave me my initiation. My one credit is I have followed my vows since then, and Srila Prabhupada has given me a life more wonderful than I could have ever imagined. So whatever appreciation is offered here today is really just meant for Srila Prabhupada on an otherwise meaningless life. I recently, at Anuttama Prabhu's encouragement, attended my 50th high school anniversary reunion. And I met many of my old friends who were saying, "Now finally I can retire and do what I want." by Srila Prabhupada's grace, I have been doing what I want since 1972. and I have no desire to retire.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness.
So thank you very much for joining us on this occasion. My esteemed godbrothers, mentors, Siksha Gurus, friends, His Holiness Indradumna Maharaj, who has been a role model for me for many, many years, the intrepid preacher and servant of Srila Prabhupada. I'm just so honored to you being here today. I came to see you, and you kindly come to give me your blessings. The Tadvaja Maharaj, the Tadvaja Maharaj was responsible for all the Krishna House development when he ordered me to come and run the center in Gainesville in 2006. Thank you, Maharaj, for being here. And His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, my dear friend and mentor, thank you very much for being here. So I'm very grateful to Srila Prabhupada and to all of you. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Vittadda Swami Maharaj ki
Jai.
His Holiness Adhanath Swami Maharaj ki
Jai.
So now we'll begin our program. So I'll request Indradumna Swami Maharaj, if you could please speak few words.
First, if you would please, Maharaj. Okay. Turn it that way. Om Agyan Timidandasya Gyan Gana Shalakaya Chaksunimilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Shtapitam Jena Bhutale Shwayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadanti Svapadantikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktivindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare. When I first greeted Kalikandra Prabhu in the hallway a few minutes ago, I told him I practically just got off the plane from Calcutta. It's a 16-hour plane ride, and I have jet lag, but I told him I wouldn't miss this event for the world. It's so much part of our tradition to honor our godbrothers and our godsisters who are serving in so many wonderful ways that inspire the whole International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And Kalikandra Prabhu is one of my favorites. He's actually one of my heroes. I'm always praying that I can imbibe some of the qualities and characteristics and success that he's had in Krishna consciousness. So it's a great honor to be here with him and so many esteemed God brothers and God sisters, so many wonderful devotees. I was saying that this is like an hors d'oeuvre. You serve the hors d'oeuvre before the main meal. This is a wonderful, tasty hors d'oeuvre before we have our big celebration this weekend, the Sadhu Sangha retreat. I hope many of you will be coming. Kalakanta Prabhu will be there. His presence there will make everything auspicious. So I won't take too much time. There's many people who will speak today, but I was thinking of one characteristic. There's many. A devotee has, Nectar Devotion described 26 qualities of a devotee. And I was looking through them, picking one or two I could mention about Kalakanta Prabhu. And I came to Kavi. Like we have our Kavi Karnapura, we have our Kavi here with us today for so many years. Kavi, who's enlightening us in so many ways, but especially through his poetry, Kalakanta Prabhu. His poetry is famous throughout this movement, especially I really like reading his Bhagavad Gita and poetry in Bhagavad Gita. And a poet is expert at actually coming to the essence of something, giving it in a very attractive way for the population to understand. There's a saying that what is the use of a bowman's arrow unless it pierces the heart? And what is the use of a poet unless through his words he melts the heart? And when I read that the first time, I thought of Kalakanta Prabhu, Kavi Kanta Prabhu. So I thought an appropriate way would be to try to be like him, try to capture some of his talent and pray that I can have that myself. So we composed a poem here. You know, it's like a reflection, you know, like you see the moon in the water, the real moon. Here's the real moon of the Kavis. But I tried my best, and I think this captures a lot of what he is and what he will offer this Krishna conscious movement throughout his life. I entitled it, A Beacon of Light. In service to Lord Krishna, a flame burns bright. Kalakanta Das, a soul of righteous might. With devotion and love, he embraces the call to spread Lord Chaitanya's mission, touching one and all. As a young spirit, he joined ISKCON's fold, led by Srila Prabhupada, wise and bold. With books in hand, he ventures near and far, sharing wisdom's gems like a guiding star. In BBT's library party, he found his grace, bestowing knowledge with a gentle embrace. A beacon of light, his words stir the soul, awakening hearts, making them whole. In Los Angeles, as Bhakti leader, he stood, nurturing newcomers, imparting what's good. He kindled the flame within, bright and clear, illuminating paths of love, so sincere. A college preaching center, his vision took flight, a haven of wisdom in knowledge light. Students sought truth, finding solace and peace, guided by Bhagavad Gita's eternal lease. ISKCON North America transformed, he plays his part, spreading congregational love, a work of art. As a temple president, consultant of might, he nourished devotion, sharing a radiant light. An editor's pen danced, his words so profound, back to Godhead's message, a melodious sound. He shares sacred truths, stirring hearts anew, guiding souls to Krishna, their spirits grew. Krishna House in Gainesville, a labor of love, a sanctuary of grace, blessed from above. Vibrant programs bloomed, warmth filled the space, touching lives, revealing Krishna's embrace. Author and thinker, his words hold a sway, a God who dances where divine rhythms play. Bhagavad Gita's essence penned with care, guiding souls through life's journey, through every snare. In service beyond, he lends a helping hand, a councilman's role, justice at his command. With compassion's flame, he bridges divides, harmony and peace in his actions reside. Dedication, decades of dedication, devotion untold. Kalakanta Das, a story to behold. His legacy inspires a flame that won't cease, spreading Lord Chaitanya's mission, a gift of peace.
His Holiness Indra Swami Maharaj ki, His Grace Kalakan Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
On these days, it's traditional to give a gift. And I heard Prabhupada say on several occasions, I remember once in Rome, Italy, he said, when you give a gift, it should be something very worthwhile, something important, something precious, in order to show your love to the person you're giving the gift to. And one of my godbrothers said, when you give a gift, it should be so important to you, it may pinches a little bit when you give it away. So to show my love for my dear brother Kalakanta Prabhu and all that he's done for this movement, and surely pleased Prabhupada so much. I have a gift here, which is, to use an old term, the mother of all gifts. I told Kalakanta in the hallway there that this is a gift that would be, or is desired by 33 million demigods. And he kind of went, what? I said, it's no exaggeration. It's something that one might be gifted within perhaps many, many kalpas in time. I won't go on, I just want to express upon you how important this gift, and I'm not exaggerating. 50 years ago in Navadvip, one sadhu, one very renowned sadhu, very highly respected sadhu, he visited Dhameshwara Mahaprabhu temple. There's a beautiful deity of Lord Chaitanya there. How many of you have been there? Dhameshwara Mahaprabhu Navadvip, yes. This deity of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was given to Vishnupriya, the wife of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, after Mahaprabhu passed away. And the deity was carved from the very same tree that Lord Chaitanya was born under. That neem tree we see in Navadvip. Oops. Spam call. Because Mahaprabhu had passed away, the devotees carved this beautiful deity, Dhameshwar Mahaprabhu, which she would worship every day in great separation. But she also had solace in one other item, and that as after Mahaprabhu took sannyas, he understood his wife was feeling so much vipralamba bhav, so much separation from him. So he gave his chappals, he gave his wooden shoes to his mother Sachimata to give to Vishnupriya. So Vishnupriya, she worshipped Dhameshwara Mahaprabhu, and she also worshipped these shoes for the rest of her life, every day, full puja to Lord Chaitanya's shoes. So this sadhu was visiting the temple. These shoes are locked up in a silver case. I saw one time there's 3 locks. 3 different people have the locks to these shoes, otherwise it's impossible to see. Once a year they bring them out, they open them up, that sadhu was there, and afterwards he asked if he could have some special mercy. So the pujari at that time, what he did is he opened those shoes, and there happened to be a little piece of wood that had fallen off these shoes worn by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu before he took sannyas, little piece there. So he gave it to that sadhu. This went all over town. The sadhu had received this special mercy. He used to give darshan, just that little piece of wood. And several years ago, I went there, I met the sadhu, an old man, and he was so impressed by the work of Srila Prabhupada in spreading the Sankirtan movement all over the world. He saw me as a follower, took a little piece and broke it off and gave it to me. So yesterday I broke that piece in half. It pinched, but it's love. You want to show your love to someone. And I have put it in a kavacha, a silver kavacha inside. I put some plastic cover over it so it won't ever be disturbed. And it's here, and I'm giving this from my heart. But the shoes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, literally the shoes that Mahaprabhu wore, like I say, the 33 million demigods would like to have a piece of the shoe. Sorry, boys. All the bells are ringing. Pull the string. You can open the picture and show everybody Dhameshwara Mahaprabhu and the actual shoes. This is a photo, a very rare photo. You're not supposed to photo them, but I also found the photo, so. There's the shoes. Kalakanta Prabhu ki, ISKCON's Kavi Poet ki, Shri Prabhu Bhara ki, Gauranga Mahaprabhu's shoes ki, giving him a lot of mercy to keep preaching ki. Go Premanande!
Thank you very much, Maharaj.
It's rare, you know.
At this point, I would like to request His Holiness Ritadhwaj Maharaj. Would you like to say a few words?
Hey, Bali. Om Aganta Madandasha Jananjana Shalakaya Chakshuramanitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanshakalpa Trubhyascha Kripasindu Bevacha Patitanam Padanevyo Vaishnavevyo Namo Namaha. I thank you all for coming to celebrate His Grace Kalakanta's 69th Vyas Puja, birthday celebration. As Kalakanta mentioned, we have a, 2006, that would be like 17 years, yeah, do the math for me. And, but it was much longer than that, actually much longer than that. Krishna House went through many, what would you say, incarnations, I guess we could call it, from a little one-bedroom apartment that the stove that we cooked the khichdi on was smaller than this. We would turn all 4 burners on and put a pot on top of it. We'd have soaked green split peas ready for it, and Uncle Ben's rice. Uncle Ben's rice, if you put 10 cups of rice in and 1 cup of water, it comes out perfect. If you put 10 cups of rice in and put 100 cups of water in, it becomes perfect. There's no way you can mess up with Uncle Ben's rice. Actually, I was sitting next to a gentleman who worked for Uncle Ben's. I think he was going to India at that time to get basmati rice in their, what would you say, in their corporation. So basmati rice came from, partially came from Uncle Ben's here. But Kalakanta came to me at a very, very important juncture of my life, 2006. I won't get into the details, but I had called him in December, needing a temple president for a Krishna House. And he said, "Oh, Maharaj, there's nothing I'd like to do more than that. But unfortunately, I just started some kind of enterprise. I guess if you could say enterprise or business." And I thought, okay, well, who else can I get? And nobody showed up. And one day, I said, this isn't working for me. And I went into the temple room, Dandavat in front of Srila Prabhupada, and I said, I only see 2 options. I'm open for more. Either fix me and make me better, or send somebody to do the job properly. Kalakanta Prabhu called me within 3 or 4 hours and said, is the job still available? And I said, yes. He said, when? I said, December. No, I said, yesterday. And then we discussed. I said, what do you want from me? He says, just show me where everything is at. And so we did that for 1 week, and I left, and I had to be on call for about a month or so. He never had the call. There was nothing needed to be done. And in one sense, he revolutionized the Plaza program. We call it the Plaza program, the actual Krishna lunch program. He literally revolutionized it with many, many challenges along the way. There were so many challenges. I mean, Krishna lunch is just like an amazing program. We had the reopening or the reconstruction or the modification of that place, and somehow or another there was a plaque of Srila Prabhupada's face, and how Prabhupada visited there in 1971, and we were there at the inauguration and the president of the university, he said, "Oh yeah, Hare Krishna, yeah, we were here. I was here on Tuesday. I had basmati rice, I had kafta ball and peach halava, and the famous Hare Krishna salad dressing." And that was his speech. And for the opening, and then afterwards, we were standing on the side, and he came over and he said, "I'm so happy you started this in 1971, because we could never do it today." So Krishna Lunch forever. Kalakanta, thank you for maintaining that, and not only just the Krishna Lunch, but starting the school. I mean, what do we call it, the Bhakti Academy, and which my understanding, it came out of a need for a legal kitchen, if I remember right. Yeah, something like that. And now we have a waiting list for students from this university and Gurukulis and different people wanting to get into that program. And by his good management, he has wonderful Vaishnavas who are now teaching the Bhakti Shastri course for the students over the period of their tenure at the Krishna House. And so it's Prabhupada Priya. Yeah, she's up and coming. No, she's already up. She's done a wonderful job along with Kalakanta Prabhu there. And I only see something greater and greater happening in the future with your kind association. And plus, Shruti Sagar, his devoted student and disciple, temple president for 4 years. And he did an incredible job because he managed it through COVID. And we weren't allowed to distribute prasadam on the campus there, but somehow or another, we ended up distributing prasadam to all the people in need in Gainesville. Not all, but many of the people in need, by his resourceful intelligence and determination to continue the prasadam distribution, which Gainesville is famous for. Actually, Gainesville used to be called Geesville in the 70s because there was so much ghee in the preparations. And the 4 o'clock offering, if I may bring it up, the 4 o'clock offering, which is usually sweets and stuff like that, was known as the sannyasi killer. Because if you ate that, it's too rich. So any Kalakanta Prabhu, I'm very happy to be here with you on this special occasion with all these Vaishnavas, showing their appreciation for you. And as you know, I have so much appreciation and gratitude for all that you've done for the Krishna House Yatra. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Ritadda Swami Maharaj ki, His Grace Kalakan Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. We'd like to request His Holiness Nandana Swami Maharaj to say a few words.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshraya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Paschatya Desha Dharine
वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो। I am so very grateful to be here today, Kalakanta Prabhu. What can I say to express my appreciation for your life of dedication and compassion? Indrajumana Swami Maharaj described how the demigods must be very much he said sorry about it to the demigods when he gave the sandals of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Kalakanta Prabhu. And of course, coming from your heart with the thoughtfulness of your appreciation for this great Vaishnava. Srimad Bhagavatam tells that if you water the root of the tree, then every part of the tree is satisfied. And if you worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead or His beloved devotee, it's like watering the root of the tree, and all the demigods and everyone are completely satisfied. It's the that was confirmation from the demigods. It's not the technology, it's my karma. Over the years, I have been so blessed to observe the devotional service of Kalakanta Prabhu. In 1979, I went to Los Angeles especially to live with you. Kalakanta Prabhu was the Bhakta leader for New Dwarka. Day and night we were together. I was observing. Kalakanta Prabhu, in his studies of Srila Prabhupada's books, he has profound understanding of our Siddhanta, our philosophy. And he's so eloquent in how he presents it. I witnessed that he so deeply cared for each person coming, a guest, just a person passing by in the public, a new devotee, a person striving to be Krishna conscious. He cared so deeply that on every level, he was willing to sacrifice his life to help them to love Krishna and to please Srila Prabhupada. And because of that very real compassion, he could understand the pulse of each person. He could understand the pulse of the nation. And he would present Krishna consciousness exactly according to what that person could be receptive to and be transformed. And when I was watching him and absorbing his very dedicated compassion, I was remembering Srila Prabhupada at 26 Second Avenue when new people were coming. And without compromise, he was giving pure Krishna consciousness, Lord Chaitanya's message and mercy. But how each person could respond to him because they felt loved and respected by him. And during that time in New Dwarka, there were some very crazy people you were dealing with. And some of them were, ISKCON leaders. And some of them were people off the street and drug addicts and all kinds of people. And a lot of people with very, very spontaneously compromised philosophies. And he would sit down with them and he would hear them, they would hear from him, and they would be transformed. I believe at the time it was perhaps the most successful Bhakta program in all of ISKCON. He would take people from their, life in Maya and bring them step by step into the life of surrender to Krishna. Parama Karuna Pahundui Jana Nitai Godachana. That supreme compassion was the mood of Lord Chaitanya that Srila Prabhupada carried to the West and throughout the world. And Kalakanta Prabhu, on behalf of our beloved Guru Maharaj and the Vaishnav community in my own small way, I offer you my heartfelt gratitude for being such a friend and inspiration in my life, and being such a beacon of light, as His Holiness Indrajumana described in his eloquent poem. That poem was so much like Srila Prabhupada's poem to his Guru Maharaj. It was beautiful. Mine too. Kalakanta Prabhu, thank you. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki, His Grace Kalakant Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. At this point, we'd like to request His Grace Apurva Prabhu to say a few words.
Om Jnanatimrandasya Gana Gana Salakaya Chakshuran Militam Tasmai Shri Guruve Maha Vanchikopachubhascha Kripasindhivyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. It is my great pleasure and honor to take this opportunity to glorify my dearmost godbrother, who has had a huge impact on my life and my devotion to Srila Prabhupada. We're chanting every day, Yasya Prasada, Bhagavat Prasado, Yasya Prasadam, Nakatikutopi, Dayam Stuvam Tasya Yasyastri Sandhyam, Ande Guru Shri Charanadavinda. So by pleasing the spiritual master, Krishna is naturally pleased. Without pleasing the spiritual master, no one can make any advancement. So I've, over the recent months, taken the opportunity to have Kalakanta Prabhu as a Siksha Guru and understanding more and more about the real mission of Srila Prabhupada and how important it is that we take the baton and live a life of taking the opportunity to be in our own right some type of Siksha Guru in this way. And we had a very unusual or different first experience. 1975, I was in the Chicago temple cooking for the Radha Damodar and also all the devotees that were living in the Chicago temple. And when Prabhupada came, Kalakanta Prabhu asked me if I could teach him how to make sandesh. so that he could make Sandesh for Srila Prabhupada. And he was so eager to do that service, I couldn't refuse. So I taught him how to make this Sandesh that Srila Prabhupada ate that morning. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when we were cooking. And I got to give that opportunity to him. Later, Srila Prabhupada he enjoyed the Sandesh, but he wanted to know, somehow or other, he got word that his Sankirtan devotee, Kalakanta Prabhu, was eagerly engaged in book distribution, that he had taken the time to do that service, and he wanted him to go out on book distribution. So that was our first encounter. Over the years, I never really got too much association, and it was only in the last 10 or 15 years that I started to cultivate more of a relationship and understanding the impact that he was making in the service he had been given by Srila Prabhupada to start Krishna House. And as recently in our conversations, he invited me to look at the opportunity of giving Krishna consciousness to all. And Haribo! Regardless of one's particular gender, that each one of us, Prabhupada's disciples, should take up the opportunity to preach Krishna consciousness and do as Prabhupada instructed us. He wanted each and every one of us to, in one capacity or another, become guru. And Kalakanta was so convincing, and also he gave me so much brotherly love that I couldn't resist his eagerness for me to go forward and engage in this opportunity for preaching. And he also encouraged my wife too to take up the opportunity, regardless of what situation we're in. If we're practicing and we're following Srila Prabhupada's mission to become spiritual masters, he wanted all of us to become gurus in one capacity or another. I could never imagine that situation for me, but I certainly appreciate his mood of taking on this opportunity to become a guru in any situation we can. So I'm so very much enlivened in this particular opportunity to acknowledge him as being a long-loving friend who's always given me his time and energy whenever there was any difficulty in my life, or whenever I see him in sadhu sangha, I become blissful and happy and enlivened to see him and to engage along with him in this wonderful process of Krishna consciousness that Srila Prabhupada gave us. And he is a beacon in my life and also a true loving friend to bring me closer to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Srila Kalakanta Prabhu ki!
His Grace Apurva Prabhu ki! His Grace Kalakanta Prabhu ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki! Maharaj, would you like to speak now or would you take some time?
Me?
Yes.
If you would, later. I'd like to hear more.
So then, we'll request His Grace Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Vanjakopadrubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanang pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda. Is that what it does? It gets worse? Okay, sorry. Hare Krishna. First of all, I wanted to thank all of the August Assembly of Vaishnavas for coming, and thank Kalakanta Prabhu for coming and allowing the Vyas Puja to come. I think in Dallas this is a very rare opportunity to have all of the wonderful Vaishnavas here. Indraduna Swami, Kalakanta Prabhu, Purva Radhanath Swami, Ratavaja Swami, Giraj Maharaj Prabhu Ki Jai! Jai. I was meditating on a few different things. Of course, I'm not really aware of Kalakanta's whole devotional life. We crossed paths several times, but I was appreciating the first time I went to the Krishna house in Gainesville. It was some sort of, I think it was, because of the holidays of Thanksgiving, the Festival of the Holy Name, and I wasn't able to meet too many people, but I met one of the students there, this young lady, and she was so impressive. She was taking Mridanga lessons, and she showed us around the house, and then when I met some of the wonderful devotees here at the Krishna house, I was just astonished how wonderful the devotees that you're making are. How mature and how enthusiastic they are to preach. And I thought, wow, Kalakanta really has a lot of devotion and a lot of super qualification to organize these. Otherwise, how is it possible that in America right now so many young people are joining our movement because of this Krishna house? It's so powerful. It's definitely one of the branches of Lord Chaitanya's tree of ISKCON and Prabhupada's tree. It's so significant. We don't see so many youth joining like we do at Krishna House at all in America in particular. Since I'm here, I know a little bit. But one of our young ladies in El Paso, Carmen, she joined the Houston Krishna House for a couple of semesters, and she just shot through the roof. It was just amazing to see the transformation. She got to take care of the cows at Houston. They had a beautiful little farm there, and she was attending the classes and doing so much service, and it was just, she just exploded with Krishna consciousness. It was so wonderful to see. So it's like a sample, I know for sure, of the individual that I know and how wonderful how beautifully organized it is, and the sadhana that they go through and the guidance that they're getting. And I feel like Purva was saying, the baton's being passed to the right people. The youth are getting properly trained, and I wanted to encourage all the youth here in Dallas that are thinking about joining Krishna House to go ahead and do it. And if you're not thinking about it, please think about it. One other thing, when Indraduna was talking, the beautiful poem and the poetry that Kalakanta Prabhu, has anybody from here gone to the Festival of the Holy Name in Alachua at Thanksgiving time? And have we all seen the Dead Uncles band perform? Blind Uncles, sorry. Dead Uncles, sorry. I don't know where that came from. I'm in Maya, sorry. Yes, I'm the dead uncle. But they're the wonderfully talented uncles. I think that was one of the most entertaining musical experiences I've had in ISKCON, to hear how they completely transcendentalized all these amazing old rock and roll songs and everything, and how entertained the devotees were. So I appreciated Kalakanta's vast intelligence and inspiration of renunciation, how he's able to use so many things in Krishna's service. And that is so important that we understand and follow in the footsteps of, persons who can do that, serves people who can do that, who know how to engage the youth, who know how to engage the material energy in Krishna's service, and do it in such a way that it inspires so many people. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
His Grace Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu ki.
How does it not
His Grace Kalakant Prabhu ki. Srila Prabhupada ki.
No, but I don't want it to start screaming. Okay. Hare Krishna Kalakanta Prabhu. My humble obeisances to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Kalakanta Prabhu has a very beautiful family. Jitamrita Devi is his wonderful wife, and he has two daughters, Lakshmi and Leela. And Leela and my daughter, Lalita, were very, very close friends, so I'm always grateful to you because Leela helped Lalita so much in devotional service. Thank you. So my older daughter, Madira, she got married to Sanatan, who's the son of Prajapati, whom we recently lost. And they were married in 1996. So I just happened to be at the gift shop, and I found this wonderful Back to Godhead from 1996. And in it is a beautiful poem that was written by Kalakanta Prabhu. And this Back to Godhead is April 1996. And I asked his permission if I could read it. So here is Kalakanta Prabhu's poem to his spiritual master. A poem for Srila Prabhupada by Kalakanta Das. It's called All That Lies Between. You could have stayed in Vrindavan, where chanting is most sweet, or moved to holy Navadweep in spiritual retreat. Your godbrothers had temples there, with room enough for you to sit and preach each Gaur Purnima to a visitor or two. You could have said, it's Krishna's will, my visa was denied. I may have failed, but now I know, at least, that I have tried. Your patron said, you'd die abroad. Your godbrother just scoffed. You could have said, who'll meet the boat and guide me safely off? You could have had one look at us and said, what have I done? And caught the next boat back to home, unblamed by anyone. The Westerners, you could have said, can go to hell and stay. Who would have disagreed with you? We were well on our way. Instead, you laid your final years like flowers at Krishna's feet. Siddhanta's smile, your hidden guide. Thakur's vision in reach. Producing 80 volumes as you guided us along, you showed us how to cook prasad and preach Lord Krishna's song. And as we preach, the boys and girls from every land on earth come forth to serve you, Prabhupada, renewed in second birth. I could have been a doctor had I but stayed in school. Might have made a couple million, built a fancy house and pool. I could have written novels, legislated laws and rules. I could have been a music star. I could have just been cool. Instead, I laid my youthful years like flowers at your feet. Malpuras caused my interest, samosas my defeat. My dad said, son, you're brainwashed. My friend said, you're a fool. My shortfalls as a Vaishnava numbered many, victories few. Reflecting on my bygone youth, as at midlife one is prone, I wouldn't trade your glance for gold, your words for precious stones. This morning on the Japa trail, the northern star shone down. This morning on the Japa trail, the northern star shone down. So fixed and true, it seemed like you, with devas circling round. But dawn concealed that heavenly stage and lit its wintry scene of all I am and all you are and all that lies between. Thank you, Kalakanta Prabhu.
हर ग्रेस उचार्या माता जी की
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhu bhaevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Such a wonderful ceremony, these Vyasa Pujas. They're always such an outpouring of love that is so wonderful to hear. So my wife and I feel a special connection with Kalakanta Prabhu because he performed our Vedic wedding ceremony. So something he did must have worked, or the prayers he recited, because we're still together. So we were really fortunate to have him perform that ceremony in Alachua. It was at the original temple building that was just a mobile home. I can't remember the date, maybe 1993 or something like that. So we really feel fortunate to have him do that ceremony for us. And I was also going to mention, Chaitanya Prabhu mentioned about his tremendous humor and presenting Krishna consciousness in a way that really makes us feel happy. And part of that is his Blind Uncle Band. They perform every year in Alachur during that Thanksgiving festival. Devotees will be taking prasadam and then they'll entertain us. And I remember the first thing they did was one devotee would go around passing out earplugs. And he said to everyone, "This is going to be loud, really loud." And it was really loud. And also very, very entertaining. So I really appreciate his humor, his wit, and presenting Krishna consciousness in such a festive way. And another interaction recently, maybe it was a year ago or so, Kalakanta came to visit here in Dallas, and it was greeting time, and I came in the temple room, he came in the temple room, and he just turned to me and he said, "I was listening to a Prabhupada lecture this morning, and it was when you were getting initiated." I couldn't believe it, was seeing him after a couple of years, and he just told me that. So that was so inspiring to me. It was like, brought back so many memories and made me think of how I really have to be for Srila Prabhupada. And what else? Yeah, and another instruction he gave recently, which I felt very inspired by, and he's always like instructing us to do what we like to do for Krishna in Krishna consciousness, so we're happy in Krishna consciousness. So one instruction he gave at a house program was, the first thing you do in the morning, do something you like to do for Krishna. And I really appreciated that instruction. It really made me feel that what do I really want to do for Krishna, and I should make sure that I do it. So I really appreciate that instruction. And just like Krishna is all attractive, I find that Kalakanta Prabhu is all attractive. Everybody just loves him so much because he loves everyone. And young people, new people, everybody is just so attracted to him. So he has that wonderful quality, and he's just so knowledgeable of how to present Krishna consciousness, if there's any adjustments have to be made, how to make things palatable, how to ease people into Krishna consciousness so that they'll eventually fully take up the process. And we've seen that he's been very successful for that. So, and similar to what Apurva Prabhu said, he's said similar things to me, so that is definitely inspiring me to try to be a little more serious in my Krishna consciousness and to somehow serve Srila Prabhupada a little bit better. So thank you, Kalakanta Prabhu, and please continue to guide me and to please keep me under your shelter. Jai. Kalakanta Prabhu ki jai.
His Grace Chakri Prabhu ki. So,
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manovishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhuvebhacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktabinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Kalakanta Prabhu, you strike me like a many-faceted gem. As a writer and poet, your writings are fantastic. I have a collection of your books, which I read from time to time. Of course, Krishna House was a tremendous contribution in Gainesville, and I've spent some time there, and I've seen the wonderful results of the program, and I'm delighted that you are introducing Krishna houses in different places. Last year I spent, a fair amount of time at with the Krishna House people in Houston, and was there at something like a graduation ceremony. And it's an excellent program that gives young people a chance to associate with devotees, take up the practices of Krishna consciousness, and at the same time pursue their educational careers without any pressure to join ISKCON. Of course, the option is there if they want, but there's no pressure or expectation whatsoever, which allows them to really develop themselves as they are and realize their potential. You're very thoughtful and insightful. Whenever I've discussed contemporary issues in ISKCON, I need not mention what they are, but I've always found your perspective to be, very thoughtful and insightful and practical. Especially the idea of, forget the phrase, something like cultural relativity or cultural sensitivity. Yeah, cultural sensitivity. Yeah, a very, very important concept. You've helped me personally. I don't know if you remember this, but you were in Washington, D.C. some years ago, and at that time I was struggling with some visa issue. I forget the details, but what I do remember is you were very helpful and supportive when I was dealing with those issues. And I love you, I adore you, I worship you, and I hope to have your association eternally in service to Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. I'm also happy that you have visited my ashram in Carpinteria, California, a few times. And once we did initiations to a husband and wife from Columbus, Ohio, and we didn't speak to each other about their names, but coincidentally, there was a similarity in their names. I gave the wife the name Krishna Jivani, and you gave the husband the name Krishna Smaranam. So there's a lot of Krishna there, which is good. And I really appreciated when you visited. Once you came with a devotee who later was initiated by me named Jai Chaitanya, which was nice. And I frequently meet your disciple in Moore Park, Arjuna? Yeah, Arjuna. He's very nice. And apart from his being nice in and of himself, he reminds me of you, which is a great boon and blessing and benediction. And somehow anything connected with you, anything that reminds me of you, I take as a great blessing. And if there's anything, of course we do have a few matters pending, but I mean if there's anything I can do to serve you, support you, encourage you in your service, please let me know without any hesitation. I would be more than happy to do anything I possibly can to support you in your wonderful service. Hare Krishna. Kalakanta Prabhu ki
Swami
jai.
Maharaj ki. Today His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj is not able to come here personally, but he has sent a message to be read out. Well, Sumedri Mataji to read.
You have one.
Okay. Just a second. I'll need to turn that mic up.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, glories to the assembled devotees.
Just wait 1 second. They're adjusting this 1 second.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, glories to the assembled Vaishnavas. Your dear godbrother and my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami, would like to say a few words, but he couldn't make it, so I'm going to read on his behalf. My dear godbrother Kalakanta Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for your dedication to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. You have especially empowered to cultivate and inspire the youth into taking up Krishna consciousness. It's indeed an innovative preaching to establish this Krishna house to attract the youth. I only knew there was a Krishna house in Alachua, but now I'm hearing there's one in Dallas and other cities in the USA. You are also setting a great example of a great Grihastha. In 1973, in one of the lectures given by Srila Prabhupada in London, Prabhupada said that all his Grihastra followers should become Paramahamsa. I think you are doing a great job at that. You are also using your talents, such as poetry and music, to inspire and attract the youth. I'm greatly blessed to have a godbrother like you, and I'm looking forward to your association. Yours in service, Jayapataka Swami.
His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj ki.
Jai. Jai Kalakanta Prabhu. Vanchakopa Trubhishta Kripa Sindhubheva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo. You know that for many, many years I've been a great fan of yours, and I earnestly pray that when I grow up I can be like you and how you've influenced the youth. Most of us here have been teenagers and young adults, and we can remember it was rather tumultuous time of uncertainty, and these are the people Kalakanta Prabhu associates with all the time. So he spends hours counseling them, hearing all their problems, and giving them guidance to just stick to Krishna consciousness. So that's very inspiring, and it makes me very happy to hear the glorification of all of these exalted devotees appreciating you. And we see, like you were talking about cultural, how you're so in tune with the new generation, and it's so refreshing. And no one mentioned the wrath of God, the wrap of God. So even writes about the wrap of God. And you know, my mother-in-law, she said she only believed this is the only life. There's no afterlife, reincarnation. But then at the end of her life, she became a little senile, and she forgot that she doesn't believe in that. And she was very fond of poetry, so I sent her Kalakanta's book, and then she read the Bhagavad Gita, and she's like, I believe in that, I believe in that. So at the end of her life, he gave her a new lease on life and a new understanding. And so I love, like many of us have been at many temples, and often our youth are not fully engaged. And I love the way at Krishna House they're fully engaged, like hardly 1 minute, like everything is right, isn't it? It's just like to the minute you have service, and then including educational, Bhakti Shastri, and always learning, and it's like so wonderful for them to not have space out time. So, and then when they do get a little vacation, when the students get then they come on a retreat like at New Vrindavan, or they do something very meaningful and exciting. So thank you very much for your service. Hare Krishna.
Her Grace Kamalini Mataji ki jai. So I think we are running late on time, so we'd like to have few disciples to be able to make offerings, and then we are going to wrap up the program after that. So I'd like to call a few disciples at this point. Before that, one more offering by one guest traveling from far. Prabhupada Priya Prabhu, yes.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Kalakantharu ki jai. Kalakantharu has been my main Shiksha Guru for the last 5 or 6 years since I've been living in Gainesville. And out of gratitude for everything that he's done in my life and many others, I wrote a small poem. The poem is called "The Rising Tide Lifts All Ships." Prabhupada's mission, taming the Wild West. You figured out how to do it best. The way for young Westerners to have a conversion is to provide an ecstatic ashram immersion. In the beginning, when nobody came, you turned to Gaur Nitai, calling their name, asking them to send some nice women and men. You promised the Lord you would take care of them. You set up the space, prepared the ground, adjusted some details while keeping principles sound. Within no time, sincere souls started to come. With compassion and grace, you welcomed everyone. Like a loving father, you nurtured these souls, guiding them step by step towards spiritual goals. Your every interaction uplifted and nourished. In whomever you touched, bhakti soon flourished. The project grew quickly beyond expectation, enthusing you with a new determination. Feeling Krishna's mercy inconceivable, you thought, Krishna House can't just be in Gainesville. So you started to travel all across the nation, adapting the model to fit any situation. You managed to get several temples on board. You trained up young leaders through Nitai Core. Now Krishna House is becoming a continental explosion, bringing about the gradual erosion of useless traditions that have obstructed our growth, replacing them with values that bring ISKCON great hope. The same values that Krishna teaches in the Gita: Samadarshina, Acharya, Ahimsa, and Icha. Ahimsa and Priti, yes, love and affection. Let these values become our new direction. You have clearly shown that it can be done, and how Krishna houses can benefit everyone. Just as the rising tide lifts all ships, Krishna House brings a smile to everyone's lips. Personally, I'm grateful for the shelter you've given, and for the joyful life of service I'm living, for believing in me more than I do myself, and for pushing me off my comfort shelf. You're a guru, a guide, a mentor, and friend. I aspire to be someone on whom you can depend to assist you in sharing Bhakti's great treasure for the benefit of the world and Srila Prabhupada's pleasure.
Prabhupada Priya Mataji ki. I'll request the Shri Prabhu like to take the word. And then after the Aditi Mataji.
Concerned about taking it back to the TVs, but
Everybody move up, please, a little bit, closer to Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Ki Srila Rita Dwaja Swami Maharaj Ki
Hare Krishna. Dear Gurudev, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to you and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for being someone who believed in me. Being born in the movement, it's easy to think that this movement is more of a monument. The temple is something that you visit, but you can't really join the Hare Krishnas. It's by Krishna's mercy that he had placed you, an old friend of my parents, into my life. Joining Krishna House made me realize that ISKCON North America is not a monument, but something I can actually join. There is a place where I can do service for these personalities like Srila Prabhupada, who previously seemed very distant. Thank you for accepting me as I am and seeing beyond my many faults that I too can be engaged in service. Being under your guidance has opened my eyes to the impact Srila Prabhupada has had on my life, and my understanding of what is the mood and mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Your dear godbrother, Tamal Krishna Goswami, has been an integral part of my upbringing, and I find it so fulfilling that you have engaged me in service in a temple he loved so much. I pray that I can stay engaged in your service, and I can develop the mood of a servant of the servant. Hare Krishna.
Haribol! I'll request Aditi Mataji. Draupadi Mataji.
Hi, Gurudev. I was trying to think of how to write an offering for you, but I'm not very good with words. But what I was thinking about was Prabhupada Priya's pranam that she wrote. And the main thing she focused on was your poetry, equal vision, your bhakti institutes establishing, your mercy. And the last part is what struck me the most, Prabhupada Nugamine, how you're a very sincere follower of Prabhupada. And like Justa Jumna was saying, Prabhupada has done so much for us being Gurukuli born, and I didn't recognize it at all. But coming into Krishna House and meeting you has really brought it back up in my life, and I love you. And I hope that I can keep serving you and serving Prabhupada so that I learn to fully appreciate what I've been given, and I can be merciful like you and try to spread it to other people.
You want to speak, Mataji? So after this, we'll wrap up the program and have Kalakant Prabhu say a few words as a last part, and then we'll do Guru Puja.
Hare Krishna, Kalakanta Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I've never written a Vyasa Puja offering before, and today was not the day to write one either. I've been running around trying to organize this Vyasa Puja, so I didn't get a chance. So I'm just going to say, I guess, what's in my heart right now. You're the first devotee that's really like taken a chance on me and kind of really given me the opportunity to like take my Krishna consciousness seriously. I was looking back on it, and I think it's exactly 2 years ago, either today or this week, that that I called and did my interview for Krishna House for the first time ever, and I was thinking on that, and I was like, wow, I can't believe it's been 2 years, and then now I'm planning your Vyasa Puja, and I'm making, like, I think we made 430, like, patties. Actually, I don't want to spoil the, I don't want to say what the menu is, but yeah, I was thinking about that, and I was like, oh my goodness, how much my life has changed since just that one conversation. And that one conversation probably changed the trajectory of my entire life also. So yeah, I'm just so grateful. And I didn't know what to write. I tried writing it, just so you know, I was sitting in front of my laptop for like 30 minutes and nothing really came out. And I was trying to write it on my phone during class, and I was trying to think, and I couldn't think of anything, but yeah, that's what I can do.
Thank you, Mataji. My old friend Sagar Prabhu want to say a few things. We'll squeeze in 2 minutes for you.
Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All goes to Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious day, I would like to share a dream that I had some time ago. You were not in that dream, but it was all about you, and I had sown the seed for this Vyasa Puja offering. In the dream, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj was talking to me. He was glorifying you profusely, especially how you established Krishna House as a center where Americans are enthusiastically taking up Krishna consciousness again. Maharaj was specifically saying how all this has happened because of you and is still going on. And then he was quiet for a second and said, all this is possible because Kalakanta Prabhu successfully applies the verse in Srimad Bhagavatam 126. In the dream, I remember becoming more alert when I heard the verse number and mentally jotted down the verse number. Being a common verse, I could easily remember it. But the issue was in the dream itself, and later I wondered what the verse had to do with Krishna House. I tried reading the verse in purport, but couldn't feel how the verse was applied to Krishna House. Savai pumsam paro dharmo yato bhaktir dokshaje ahitukiya pratihata yayatma suprasidati. The supreme occupation dharma for all humanity is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendental Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. I could get a general idea about how this applies, but I could not see how it was unique to what you did, but to be true for any center or any temple. Months went by, and I stopped my quest to finding relevance of this verse to Krishna House. Then one day I heard a voice in the sky. One day I was reading the Srimad Bhagavatam, and in one of the later purports, Prabhupada referred to this verse specifically to ahaitaki apratihata and translated it from a different angle. He said it means there is no material impediment to one's practicing Krishna consciousness. That was an interesting angle to the verse, and it almost suddenly opened the gates of realization about how this may apply to what you have done. In the word-to-word, it translates as causeless and unbroken. So my realization was that you have created a mood and an environment at Krishna House where anyone, despite their material hang-ups, can come and access to uninterrupted and unmotivated devotional service. And when they do that, they can feel real satisfaction and relief from the pangs of material existence. From what I'm told, Krishna House was like any other ISKCON center before you took over in 2005. Even the Srimad Bhagavatam classes were sometimes sparse. and if guests would show up, then devotees would scramble to do an impromptu Bhagavatam class. That is indeed a far cry from the standard you have set for the morning program at Krishna House now. Your mood is one of upliftment and inspiring devotees to give their time and energy to Krishna voluntarily, and then they feel the tangible effects of such a sacrifice. From your years of experience and seeing what has been done right and wrong in ISKCON, you have established Krishna House as a loving refuge for the lost souls. You often mention how you went up to Gaur-Nitai and prayed and promised them that if they sent these lost souls, you will do your best to take care of them. And you have indeed done just that. Following in the mood of Srila Prabhupada, you have patiently and with much tolerance cultivated hundreds of devotees over several years. We humbly pray that we can serve you in fulfilling your prayer to Shri Shri Gaur-Nitai and your service to Srila Prabhupada, and maintain an environment where there is no impediment to uninterrupted and unmotivated devotional service. Yeah, your servant, Shruti Sagar Das.
So we are officially ending, but my wife changed her mind, and I cannot take risk of saying no to her, so I have to let her also speak.
Hare Krishna Gurudev, Hare Krishna everyone, Hare Krishna Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisance unto the dust of your lotus, please. I'm really thankful. I don't know, I don't have words, and I don't know how to describe. I'm really grateful for you, for your shelter. And whenever I needed, like, oh, I really want to talk to my Gurudev, or just I felt, oh, I'm going through so much and I'm looking for some shelter. And he was the one who's texting, Yashoda, I didn't hear you anything. It's been a long time, I didn't hear anything. And oh my God, he's thinking about me, and then I should be back to him. And this was my dream, like I wanted, when I moved here, I used to see so many opulence, Vyas Puja. And my Gurudev, he's often in a reverence mood, and I remember in Gainesville, he used to do backyard Vyas Puja in Brahmatirth Prabhu's house. So I really wanted to do like something small for him. But by your shelter and by Radha Kalachandi mercy, I can see, and devotees' help and all mercy, I can able, or I don't know, I don't have words right now. And I'm so sorry for all this inconvenience, what I did for you. And change your plan so many times. And I'm hoping you'll still accept me as your servant, fallen servant, and always keeping you under your shelter. Thank you so much, Gurudev. Thank you, Gurudev.
Thank you to everyone who's spoken, and I would just like to say that this has been a very landmark experience in my life. I'm a bit overwhelmed, all these highly respected mentors and friends and peers giving these kind appreciations. All of this is meant for Srila Prabhupada, without whom we would not be here, we would not be serving Krishna, we would not be so fortunate. An event of this magnitude is maybe appropriate because of the 50th anniversary, but one of my dear desires is that everybody becomes a guru, as Apurva Prabhu and Chakri Prabhu were mentioning, because I saw Srila Prabhupada give this speech in 1975 in which he envisioned 10 million gurus in ISKCON. And then he went into an ecstatic trance, a rare occasion. So he had this vision that each of the devotees in ISKCON would find 10 disciples. And in this way, there would be no scarcity of acharyas, he said. So the magnitude of an event like this is intimidating, and it makes us think, oh, I could not do that. I know that is how I felt before Bhakti Marg Maharaj really hit me on the head with his danda and said, you have to do this. So I will hope that you will find some inspiration in your life to find 10 disciples, no matter who you are, man or woman, grihastha or brahmachari. It begins with the sankalpa, the desire, the willingness. Say, Krishna, if you send me these souls, I will take care of them. So that's my request today for all of you who have kindly come here to please think within yourself how you also can do your best to give shelter to others. This is Srila Prabhupada's desire and vision. And we don't have to be superstars. We can be very ordinary people, but willing to help those who are seeking Krishna and not knowing it. So thank you very much for all your kind words and appreciations. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
So now we'll have a short skit by Krishna House devotees. You ready?
Everyone move forward who's in this area.
There's a one kid who want the book signed. There's a one kid who already got the book. He wants you to sign it. You can sign it. If you're supposed to just sit and do that. We can make a plate. Yes.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Ready? Are you ready? Hold for a second.
You ready?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So the Krishna House devotees from Gainesville and elsewhere have come together to produce a little skit, which is based... Dallas? Oh, sorry, what did I say? Dallas! With the help of a few friends. They are doing a skit, which I'll be the narrator, and the narration is taken from Kalakanta Prabhu's own book, A God Who Dances, which is a beautiful poetic rendering of the whole 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And Jushdumna Prabhu asked Kalakanta Prabhu, what is his favorite pastime from the Bhagavatam? And he said the pastime of the Brahman's wives blessed. So this is the pastime that they're going to perform for you today. Liked to see the cowherd boys eat well and thrive. As he replied, his thoughts resided with some Brahmins' wives. The boys went as instructed and submitted their request. With folded hands, they fell like sticks and prayed with great respect. O Brahmins, you are God's extensions walking in our midst. Our masters Balaram and Krishna sent us to ask this. The two of them are tending cows nearby and need some food. Would such a gift, O learned souls, befit your attitude? We know you are holding sacrifice and should not eat right now, but giving food to hungry boys should always be allowed. When all the Brahmins heard this plea from Krishna through the boys, they didn't look at them, or speak, or even make a noise. Preoccupied with Vedic rites and prayers, they went on with their sacrifices, noses in the air. The cowherd boys were disappointed. Slowly they returned to Balaram and Krishna to report they had been spurned. When Krishna heard what happened, he just laughed and laughed again. The boys walked past the Brahmins and went to their homes instead. Approaching all their chaste and well-dressed wives, they bowed and said, delighted by the question, all the Brahmins' wives agreed to bring to Balaram and Krishna anything they'd need. For Krishna, they filled pots with food to please the taste and touch, and ran like rivers to the sea, for they loved him so much. Their husbands, sons, and brothers saw the women. They said, the wives loved Krishna more than them and ran on straight ahead. They found him near the Yamuna, amid a grove of trees, relaxing with his brother and his cowherd devotees. He wore a golden dhoti, his complexion monsoon blue, was set off by a peacock feather full of brilliant hues. With garland, lilies, ointments, and long hair hung around his face, he chatted with his friends and shone a dancer's form and grace. Embracing him within their hearts, they satisfied their needs, as yogis grasp the soul within to conquer lust and greed. They set aside the family life to come to him that day. His face warm with affection, Krishna smiled and turned to say, Brahmins noted the devotion of their wives. One said, "We have missed the greatest prospect of our lives. Our wives have never mastered Vedic rites as we have done, but they have oceans of ecstatic love, and we have none."
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Hare Krishna devotees. So we are cutting the program short and Hare Krishna, can everyone hear me? Yeah. So we are planning to end here. We'll just do cake cutting ceremony, and after that we'll just have prasadam outside in the park. So please join us in doing the cake cutting ceremony for Prabhuji. Happy birthday
Prabhupada ki jai.
Vajrakapata Rubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Nasinaya Vadeyo Vaishnaveyo Namo Namaha.
So we have some books by Prabhuji on that corner. So anybody who's interested can buy a book, and Prabhuji is available to sign the book. Hare Krishna. So we have some books by Prabhuji on the table there. So if you're interested, please buy one or two or many, and have Prabhuji is available here to sign the books. And we are going to have prasadam in the park. You're welcome to enjoy the feast. Hari Bol. Not many remaining, so whoever are remaining, I'm just requesting that Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. हाँ मैं लेके जाता हूँ. are from Darshan Room.
Yes.
Yeah, and the others are, I'll take care of that in my car.
Okay, Prabhu is taking Sadam with you.
Yes, yes, that's why. Sadam will be taking. Wonderful. And that was amazing step. Amazing. I'm so impressed. You guys, great, great job.
Oh, is that one yours?
This one belongs to you. Anything else? That's all for now. We have to unassemble this. That's yeah. So we will. You go ahead.
Did the knife? You get the knife outside.
The knife, yeah, knife. Can I give it to you? Please.
we gonna get it back up tomorrow? Good. Yeah.
This wonderful